confidence signature now near Porter, Indiana. The National Weather Service has issued an update for several severe thunderstorm warnings, but our focus remains on this confirmed tornado threat, which has only about 80 seconds left on its warning. I'm going to switch us over to the correlation coefficient to check for an active debris signature before it expires. We have an important update. The National Weather Service has just revised the tornado warning for Porter, Indiana, indicating the storm remains active with considerable damage reported. Despite the previous warning's imminent expiry, this revision confirms the ongoing threat, with radar still showing a 99% confirmed signature. Let's get a fresh look at the correlation coefficient to assess the debris signature, as this storm tracks eastward at 35 miles per hour, impacting roughly 73,000 people. We have an all clear for Porter and DuPage counties in Indiana, as those tornado warnings have officially expired. However, the threat is far from over. Let's pivot our attention to the continuing violent tornado threat near La Porte, Indiana, where we still have a probable 71% tornado ID signature and a debris signature noted in the warning text. This storm is moving fast, east at 45 miles per hour, and remains a significant concern for roughly 189,000 people in its path, with 14 minutes left on the warning. While we've seen some warnings expire, the severe threat persists, particularly across Michigan. Our tornado ID is showing a probable 71% signature for this storm in Barry, Ionia, and Kent counties, with rotation and a debris signature noted in the warning text. This supercell is moving east at 45 miles per hour, impacting nearly 900,000 people. We've just crossed a critical threshold on the weather intensity scale, now at 224, that's firmly in major outbreak territory, indicating a widespread, significant threat across multiple states. Given this elevated risk, our top priority remains the confirmed tornado threat near La Porte, Indiana, where a 99% confidence signature is still present, signaling an ongoing, extremely dangerous situation. Let's get a fresh look at the velocity data for this storm. We've received an update from the National Weather Service on the tornado warnings for La Porte, Indiana, and Kent, Michigan. This indicates the storms are still active and dangerous, with polygons or expiry times revised. Given the radar recommendation for a debris signature, I'm switching to correlation coefficient for the storm near La Porte, which tornado ID rates as 99% confirmed. We have another critical update, that the National Weather Service has just revised the tornado warning for Jasper, Indiana. This indicates the storm remains active, despite its previous warning nearing expiry. The tornado ID confidence for this storm is still probable at 71%, with a debris signature noted in the warning text. One warning has just expired, indicating the threat has moved out of that specific area. However, we still have a highly dangerous situation with multiple active tornado warnings across the region. Let's pivot our attention back to the most critical storm in La Porte, Indiana, which still carries a 99% confirmed tornado signature. While one severe thunderstorm warning has been updated, our focus remains on the most dangerous storms. The tornado warning for Jasper and Lake counties in Indiana, Cell K, shows a probable 71% tornado signature with a debris signature noted in the warning text, indicating a violent tornado on the ground. This storm is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, affecting approximately 146,000 people, and we are currently viewing it on the correlation coefficient product. We're seeing a critical update from the National Weather Service on the tornado warning for Barry, Ionia, and Kent counties in Michigan. The National Weather Service has revised this warning, indicating the storm remains very active and dangerous. Given the high confidence for a confirmed tornado, let's switch to velocity to pinpoint the rotation. We've just seen updates to severe thunderstorm warnings in Van Buren, Michigan, and Caroline, MD, indicating these storms remain active. However, our top priority continues to be the most dangerous tornado threats, especially the confirmed 99% tornado signature near Barre, Michigan. The tornado ID confidence is extremely high, and the National Weather Service explicitly notes a debris signature, which means a violent tornado is on the ground. We need to stay on correlation coefficient to confirm that debris ball. The National Weather Service has just updated the tornado warning for Boone County, Indiana, signifying this storm remains a significant threat. We're keeping a close eye on this cell as it moves east at 60 miles per hour, affecting nearly 300,000 people. This is a violent/confirmed storm with radar-indicated rotation and a debris signature. We've just had another update to a severe thunderstorm warning in Christian, Illinois, but our primary concern remains the ongoing tornado outbreak. Let's shift our focus to the number 1 ranked storm, a confirmed 99% tornado signature near Barre, Michigan, which the tornado ID is flagging as extremely dangerous. This storm is moving fast, with a confirmed debris signature, impacting nearly 900,000 people. While the severe thunderstorm warning for Barre, Michigan, just saw an update, our most pressing concern remains the confirmed 99% tornado signature also impacting Barre and Ionia counties. The tornado ID confidence is extremely high, and the National Weather Service explicitly notes a debris signature, which means a violent tornado is on the ground. We need to maintain focus on this storm, currently ranked number 1, as it tracks east at 55 miles per hour and poses a significant threat to nearly 900,000 people. We're on the lowest radar tilt, 0.5 degrees, to get the best look at the debris signature on correlation coefficient. Another update to a severe thunderstorm warning, this time for Caddo, Oklahoma, but our critical focus remains on the ongoing tornado outbreak. The number 1 ranked storm, a confirmed 99% tornado signature near Barre, Michigan, continues to be our top priority. The tornado ID is flagging this as extremely dangerous with a debris signature, impacting nearly 900,000 people, and we are currently on the correlation coefficient product to confirm that debris signature. We have breaking news that the National Weather Service has just updated the tornado warning for Cook County, Illinois, signifying the storm remains active and dangerous with roughly 5.2 million people still in the path. This warning is in its final minute, but the update suggests that the National Weather Service is watching this cell very closely for potential reissuance. Let's switch to reflectivity to assess its structure. The National Weather Service has just updated the tornado warning for Jasper, Indiana, indicating this storm remains a significant threat. We're closely monitoring this cell, which has a probable 71% tornado signature with radar-indicated rotation and debris. This storm is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, affecting roughly 146,000 people. Let's get eyes on the radar and see what's happening at the lowest scan. We're seeing a number of tornado warnings expiring or being lifted across Illinois and Indiana, including for Jasper and Cook counties. This indicates the immediate threat from those particular cells has passed or diminished. However, we still have several active and dangerous tornado warnings across Michigan and Indiana that demand our full attention, with confirmed signatures. While we've seen a couple of severe thunderstorm warning updates in Maryland and Indiana, our top priority remains the ongoing, dangerous tornado activity. The number 1 ranked storm near Lawport, Indiana, still shows a confirmed 99% tornado signature with a debris ball, making it the most immediate and significant threat on the board. We need to get eyes on that rotation immediately as it tracks northeast into Stark County, impacting over 146,000 people. I'm switching to velocity to analyze the low-level mesocyclone. The National Weather Service has just updated the tornado warning for Lawport and Stark counties, indicating this dangerous storm is still very active. With a confirmed 99% tornado signature and explicit debris noted, we need to immediately switch to correlation coefficient to check for a debris ball, which would confirm a tornado on the ground. We've received updates on a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, specifically for Barry, Michigan, and Lake, Indiana, indicating those storms continue to be active. However, our primary concern remains the ongoing significant tornado threat. The LaPorte, Indiana, tornado warning still holds the highest confidence at a confirmed 99% tornado signature, with debris noted in the warning text, making it our most immediate focus. I'm going to pull back just slightly to give us a better view of its projected path and surrounding warnings. We've had an important update. The tornado warning for Carroll County, Indiana, has just expired. While that immediate threat has passed, our attention remains on the active and dangerous tornado warnings, particularly the confirmed 99% signature near LaPorte, Indiana, which continues to show a debris signature on radar. The weather intensity scale has just crossed 100, marking this as a major event and significant outbreak. We are tracking a very dangerous situation across the region, with our top concern remaining the confirmed 99% tornado signature in LaPorte, Indiana, where debris is still indicated on radar. Let's get a fresh look at that storm with dual pole. We've seen a significant reduction in our active tornado warnings, dropping from 9 down to 4. This is great news, as it means several storms have weakened or moved out of their warned areas. However, we still have 4 dangerous tornado warnings, with the top-ranked storm near LaPorte, Indiana, still showing a confirmed 99% tornado signature. Let's get a fresh look at that storm's velocity data for any tightening rotation. The weather intensity scale has now crossed 150, firmly placing us in significant outbreak territory. We have 4 tornado warnings, with the top-ranked storm near LaPorte, Indiana, showing a confirmed 99% tornado signature. We need to examine the correlation coefficient product for this storm to confirm the debris signature. The severe thunderstorm warning for Morris and Somerset counties in New Jersey is set to expire in just 8 minutes. On radar, this cell appears to be weakening as it pushes eastward, with the heaviest precipitation moving out of the warned area. While that threat winds down, our focus remains on the very dangerous tornado-warned storms in the Midwest, particularly the confirmed 99% tornado signature near LaPorte, Indiana. The weather intensity scale has just crossed 200, which puts us firmly in historic outbreak territory tonight. We've seen an increase to 5 active tornado warnings, with the storm near LaPorte, Indiana, still holding the highest radar confidence at a confirmed 99% tornado signature, including debris. We're switching to the correlation coefficient product to get eyes on that debris signature. We're seeing a critical shift tonight, with the tornado warning count increasing to 5. The LaPorte, Indiana, storm remains our top concern, showing a confirmed 99% tornado signature on correlation coefficient, indicating a significant debris signature. We're keeping a tight focus here at the lowest radar tilt to monitor the ongoing threat. While the focus has been on the Midwest, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Dorchester and Wicomico counties in Maryland that expires in just 7 minutes. This storm is quickly moving out of the warned area, with radar indicating weakening reflectivity trends. Let's switch our attention back to the more pressing tornado threats in Indiana and Michigan. Good evening, everyone. We are in the midst of a major outbreak with 5 active tornado warnings and 26 severe thunderstorm warnings across 9 states, marking a WIS score of 202. The threat level is catastrophic tonight, especially with storms occurring after dark. We're going to quickly sweep across the board to give you the full picture before diving into the most dangerous storm. We're seeing some updates to the severe thunderstorm warnings in Morris, New Jersey, and Henry, Missouri, as polygons are being revised. However, our highest priority threat remains the confirmed 99% tornado signature near LaPorte, Indiana, still indicating a significant debris signature. We need to stay focused on this violent, confirmed tornado as it continues its northeast track. While we just had updates to severe thunderstorm warnings in Dickens, Texas, and Lake, Indiana, our top priority remains the confirmed 99% tornado signature near LaPorte, Indiana. This storm continues to exhibit a strong debris signature on the correlation coefficient, indicating a significant, ongoing tornado threat. Given the 35 miles per hour northeast motion, residents in its path need to remain in shelter. Despite recent updates to severe thunderstorm warnings in Cecil, Maryland, and Essex, New Jersey, the most critical threat remains the ongoing confirmed 99% tornado signature near LaPorte, Indiana. The correlation coefficient continues to show a significant debris signature, indicating a violent tornado on the ground, impacting approximately 146,000 people. This storm, designated as Cell N, is tracking northeast at 35 miles per hour and demands our immediate attention as it expires in 17 minutes. We have a critical update that the National Weather Service just revised the tornado warning for Barry and Ionia counties in Michigan, indicating the storm is still active and dangerous. We're flying to this storm, designated Cell E, which is moving rapidly east at 65 miles per hour. The radar is showing a significant rotation signature, and with a confirmed 71% probable tornado ID, this is a very serious situation, especially at night. While the National Weather Service just updated a severe thunderstorm warning for Jasper, Indiana, our top priority remains the ongoing confirmed 99% tornado signature near La Porte. The radar product recommendation is to switch to correlation coefficient to confirm tornadic debris, which we will do now. This is a very serious and dangerous situation developing after dark. We've had several warnings expire or be lifted, including a severe thunderstorm warning for Orange, New York. This indicates those threats have passed, but we still have an ongoing, dangerous situation with 5 tornado warnings, especially the confirmed 99% tornado signature near La Porte, Indiana. The correlation coefficient continues to show a significant debris signature, indicating a violent tornado on the ground, impacting approximately 146,000 people. This storm, designated as Cell N, is tracking northeast at 35 miles per hour, and we are entering the final 14 minutes of this warning. The tornado warning for La Porte, Indiana, has now expired, signaling that the immediate tornadic threat has moved out of that specific polygon. However, we still have 4 active tornado warnings across the region, with the highest radar confidence now shifting to Clinton, Indiana, which is showing a probable 71% tornado signature. Let's pivot our focus to that storm now. We have a critical update that the National Weather Service just revised the tornado warning for Boone, Indiana, indicating that this dangerous storm, Cell L, remains active and the threat continues. This storm is moving east at 55 miles per hour and still exhibiting a probable 71% tornado signature, with radar indicating both rotation and a debris signature. Approximately 591,000 people are in the path, and with this happening after dark, vigilance is paramount. While we just had a revision to a severe thunderstorm warning in Clay, Indiana, our immediate priority remains the significant tornado threat ongoing in Michigan. We're currently focused on a probable 71% tornado signature in Clinton, Michigan, where radar continues to indicate strong rotation and debris. This storm, Cell K, is tracking east at 55 miles per hour, putting approximately 348,000 people at risk after dark. We've just seen a severe thunderstorm warning expire in Kalamazoo, Michigan, indicating that immediate threat has now passed out of the polygon. However, our focus remains on the ongoing severe weather across the region, particularly the 3 other active tornado warnings. Let's pivot our attention to the top-ranked storm in Boone, Indiana, which still carries a probable 71% tornado signature. We just had a tornado warning expire for St. Joseph, Indiana, which is positive news as that immediate threat has now passed out of the polygon. However, we still have 3 active tornado warnings, all showing probable 71% signatures. Let's return to the top-ranked storm, Cell L, in Boone, Indiana, where a debris signature continues to be indicated. While we've seen a few severe thunderstorm warnings updated in Indiana, our primary concern remains the 3 active tornado warnings, all exhibiting probable 71% signatures. We're going to stay focused on the highest-ranked storm, Cell L, in Boone, Indiana, where the correlation coefficient radar continues to show a persistent debris signature, indicating a tornado on the ground. This dangerous situation is unfolding after dark, making it even more critical for residents to be in their safe places. The good news is our tornado warning count has dropped from 5 to 3, indicating some storms are weakening or moving out of their polygons. However, we still have 3 highly dangerous tornado warnings, all showing probable 71% signatures with radar-indicated debris. Let's focus on the top-ranked storm in Boone, Indiana, where the correlation coefficient radar continues to show a persistent debris signature, indicating a tornado on the ground. This is a significant nocturnal threat, with approximately 591,000 people in the path. A severe thunderstorm warning for Essex, New Jersey, has just expired, indicating that immediate threat has now passed out of the polygon. Our focus, however, remains intently on the 3 active tornado warnings across the region, particularly the top-ranked storm in Boone, Indiana, which continues to show a probable 71% tornado signature. We're maintaining the 0.5-degree tilt on correlation coefficient radar to keep monitoring for a debris signature. We have a critical development, a brand new tornado warning just issued for Cass, Fulton, Kosciuszko, Miami, and Wabash counties in Indiana. This immediately becomes our top priority. The National Weather Service is noting rotation and debris signature, indicating a significant threat with a probable 71% tornado ID score. This dangerous storm, Cell F, is moving rapidly northeast at 60 miles per hour. While the severe thunderstorm warning for Henry, Missouri, has just been updated by the National Weather Service, our primary concern remains the 4 active tornado warnings, all showing probable 71% signatures. We're keeping a close eye on the Cass, Indiana storm, Cell F, which continues to exhibit a debris signature on the correlation coefficient product, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This storm is a significant threat to roughly 365,000 people in its path. While we've seen recent updates to severe thunderstorm warnings in Eaton, Michigan, and Macon, Illinois, our primary focus remains on the 4 active tornado warnings, all showing a probable 71% tornado signature. We're still monitoring the Cass, Indiana, storm, Cell F, which continues to exhibit a debris signature on the correlation coefficient product, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour and impacting roughly 365,000 people. This remains our highest priority due to the confirmed radar signatures and the population in its path. We're maintaining our focus on the most dangerous storms. The tornado warning for Kosciuszko, Indiana, remains our top priority, showing a probable 71% tornado signature with radar-indicated debris. This storm, Cell F, is tracking rapidly northeast at 55 miles per hour, posing a significant threat to communities in its path. While there have been minor updates to some severe thunderstorm warnings, our primary concern remains with the 5 active tornado warnings, all still showing probable 71% tornado signatures. We're going to pivot our attention to the second-ranked storm, Cell F, near Cass, Indiana, which continues to exhibit a strong debris signature on the correlation coefficient product. We have a critical breaking update. A brand new tornado warning has just been issued for Cass, Michigan, and this immediately becomes our top priority. The National Weather Service is reporting both rotation and a debris signature, indicating a high confidence threat. Tornado ID is showing a probable 71% signature, suggesting a dangerous situation unfolding right now. This storm, Cell P, is moving east at 30 miles per hour, and we're seeing strong evidence of a debris ball on the correlation coefficient product. We've just seen the severe thunderstorm warning for Dickens, Texas, expire. That threat has moved through, but we still have 6 active tornado warnings across the Great Lakes region, all showing radar-indicated debris. Let's return our focus to the highest priority storm, Cell P, in Cass, Michigan, which continues to pose a significant threat. While we just had an update to a severe thunderstorm warning in Marys, Missouri, our primary focus remains on the 6 active tornado warnings across the Great Lakes, all exhibiting probable 71% signatures. We're still keeping a close eye on the top-ranked storm, Cell P in Cass, Michigan, which continues to show a strong debris signature on the correlation coefficient product. We have new updates on several tornado warnings in Indiana, specifically in Cass and Boone counties. The National Weather Service has revised these polygons, indicating the storms are still active and the threat continues. We're currently focused on the highest priority storm, Cell P, in Cass, Michigan, where the correlation coefficient product is still clearly showing a debris signature. We've just seen a significant uptick in tornado warnings, with the count shifting from 3 to 6 across the Great Lakes region. All of these storms are showing probable 71% tornado signatures with radar-indicated debris. Our immediate attention is on the new top-ranked storm, Cell L, in Hamilton, Indiana, which is now exhibiting the strongest threat. Two severe thunderstorm warnings have just expired in Pettus and Benton counties, Missouri. That threat has moved out of the area, but we still have 6 active tornado warnings across the Great Lakes, all showing probable 71% signatures. We're keeping a close eye on the top-ranked storm, Cell L, in Hamilton, Indiana, which is nearing its expiry. Another severe thunderstorm warning has just expired in Porter, Indiana. While that particular threat has dissipated, we still have 6 active tornado warnings across the Great Lakes, all showing probable 71% signatures with radar-indicated debris. Our top priority remains the tornado warning for Hamilton, Indiana, which is just minutes from expiration. A severe thunderstorm warning has just expired in Marys, Missouri. While that specific threat has concluded, we still have numerous active tornado warnings across the Great Lakes, all exhibiting probable 71% signatures with radar-indicated debris. Let's shift our focus to the highest priority storm, Cell F, in Kosciuszko, Indiana, as it also approaches its warning expiration. We've just had an update to a severe thunderstorm warning in Eaton, Michigan, with the National Weather Service revising its polygon or expiry. However, our immediate concern remains the 6 ongoing tornado warnings across the Great Lakes, all showing probable 71% signatures with radar-indicated debris. Let's pivot to the top-ranked storm, Cell F, in Kosciuszko, Indiana, as it is also nearing its expiration. We've just had an update to a severe thunderstorm warning in La Porte, Indiana, with the National Weather Service revising its polygon or expiry. However, the critical focus remains on the 6 active tornado warnings across the Great Lakes, all exhibiting probable 71% signatures with radar-indicated debris. Let's continue to monitor the top-ranked storm, Cell F, in Kosciuszko, Indiana, as it is just minutes from expiration. Another severe thunderstorm warning has been updated for Calhoun, Michigan, with the National Weather Service revising its polygon. However, the most pressing concern remains the cluster of 6 tornado warnings across the Great Lakes, all showing a probable 71% signature with radar-indicated debris. We are closely tracking the top-ranked storm, Cell F, in Kosciuszko, Indiana, as it is now just 5 minutes from expiration. We have another severe thunderstorm warning update for Cass, Indiana, with the National Weather Service revising that polygon. However, our primary focus remains on the 6 ongoing tornado warnings across the Great Lakes, all nearing expiration in the next few minutes. We're keeping a very close watch on the top-ranked storm, Cell F, in Kosciuszko, Indiana, as it has only 4 minutes left on its warning, and the radar still indicates a probable 71% tornado signature with debris. We have a critical new tornado warning just issued for Huntington and Wabash counties in Indiana, indicating a violent and confirmed storm with a debris signature. This is now our top priority. I'm taking us there now to assess this intensifying threat, as the storm is moving rapidly east at 65 miles per hour, putting roughly 146,000 people at risk. Alright, let's pivot to the updated tornado warning for Fulton and Clinton counties. The National Weather Service has revised the polygon on these storms, indicating an ongoing threat. I'm focusing on the Fulton County storm, Cell F, which is still showing a probable 71% tornado signature with radar-indicated debris, now just minutes from its revised expiration. We'll keep the correlation coefficient up to monitor for any ongoing debris signature. We have several tornado warnings in their final minute across Indiana, including Cell L in Hamilton and Tipton counties, which is still showing a probable 71% tornado signature. Given the ongoing threat and confirmed debris signatures across the region, we're keeping a close eye on these storms as they approach their expiry, as the National Weather Service may issue extensions. Let's fly to that Hamilton/Tipton storm now. We now have 7 active tornado warnings across the region, with the top-ranked storm in Huntington, Indiana, showing a probable 71% tornado signature with radar-indicated debris. This storm, Cell F, is moving east at 65 miles per hour, putting 146,000 people at risk. I'm flying us there now to get a closer look at the correlation coefficient data. We've just seen a flurry of tornado warning expirations, including the warnings for Clinton, Michigan, and Kosciuszko, Indiana. These storms have either moved out of the warned area or the rotation has weakened, but we still have several active tornado warnings that demand our attention, especially the top-ranked storm in Huntington, Indiana, with its probable 71% tornado signature. I'm going to quickly check in on that storm again and then move on to other threats. While we just had one warning expire in Calhoun, Michigan, the situation remains critical with 2 active tornado warnings and a significant threat level of 5 out of 5. Our top priority is still the tornado warning near Huntington, Indiana, where tornado ID continues to show a probable 71% signature, indicating strong radar-indicated rotation and a debris signature. Let's shift our focus to the second-ranked tornado warning for Cass, Michigan, where we also have a probable 71% tornado signature. This storm, Cell P, is moving east at 30 miles per hour, and approximately 116,000 people are in its path. We'll examine the correlation coefficient data closely for any further debris indications. We've seen a significant reduction in active tornado warnings, now down to 3, but these remaining storms are still critically dangerous and confirmed violent. I'm taking us to the top-ranked tornado warning in Kosciuszko, Indiana, where tornado ID shows a probable 71% signature, indicating persistent radar-indicated rotation and a debris signature. This storm is moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, directly threatening roughly 73,000 people. Despite some recent expirations, we still have a dangerous situation unfolding across Indiana and Michigan. We're now focusing on the Cass County, Michigan, tornado warning, where radar continues to indicate a probable 71% tornado signature. This storm, Cell P, is moving east at 30 miles per hour, and we're looking at the correlation coefficient to monitor for any debris. The National Weather Service has just updated the tornado warning for Cass County, Michigan, indicating a polygon or expiry revision for this ongoing threat. We're staying focused on this storm, Cell P, which continues to exhibit a probable 71% tornado signature. While the overall number of warnings has decreased, the persistent confirmed violent signatures on these remaining storms, especially after dark, means the threat remains extremely high. Let's get a look at the base reflectivity to see the storm structure. We've just had updates to the severe thunderstorm warnings in Morris, New Jersey, and Boone, Indiana. While these are not tornado warnings, the broader picture shows a weakening trend across the board, down to only 3 tornado warnings now. However, the remaining 3 tornado-warned storms, including Huntington, Indiana, still exhibit probable 71% tornado signatures. I'm switching to correlation coefficient now to look for debris, as advised. We have a critical new development. A tornado warning has just been issued for Hendricks and Marion counties in Indiana. This immediately becomes our top priority. The National Weather Service is noting rotation and debris signature, indicating a confirmed violent storm. We're flying there now to assess the situation on the ground and on radar, with nearly 1.1 million people in the path. The situation has stabilized somewhat with no new tornado warnings, but we still have 4 dangerous tornado-warned storms, all with probable 71% tornado signatures. We're maintaining focus on the top-ranked storm in Hendricks and Marion counties, Indiana, where the National Weather Service continues to note rotation and a debris signature, indicating a confirmed violent tornado on the ground impacting over 1 million people. With these storms occurring after dark, the threat remains elevated. We have an important update on the tornado warning for Huntington and Wabash counties, Indiana. The National Weather Service has just revised this warning, and it's still indicating a probable 71% tornado signature. This storm, Cell F, is moving rapidly to the east at 65 miles per hour, impacting nearly 150,000 people after dark. We're back on local radar, using correlation coefficient to watch for any debris. We're tracking an update to a severe thunderstorm warning in Eaton, Michigan, where the National Weather Service has revised the polygon or expiry. While our overall WIS intensity trend is weakening, we still have 4 active tornado warnings, all showing probable 71% signatures. Let's pivot our focus to the Kosciuszko, Indiana, tornado warning, which still carries a significant threat after dark. We're still seeing multiple severe threats across the Midwest, and while the overall WIS intensity trend is weakening, we've just had an update to a severe thunderstorm warning in Grant, Indiana, indicating a polygon or expiry revision. All 4 of our active tornado warnings, including Kosciuszko, Indiana, continue to show probable 71% tornado signatures. We're maintaining a close eye on these confirmed violent storms, especially given the late hour and the inherent dangers of nocturnal tornadoes. We've just received updates on severe thunderstorm warnings for Clinton and Livingston counties in Michigan, indicating polygon or expiry revisions. Despite the overall WIS intensity trending weaker, we still have 4 active tornado warnings, all rated with probable 71% tornado signatures. I'm going to pull back slightly to give you a broader view of the activity in the region. We have 2 new severe thunderstorm warnings just issued, one for McDonald County, Missouri, and another for Comanche, Cotton, and Stevens counties in Oklahoma. This indicates new convective development. Let's start by flying to the Oklahoma warning, where the National Weather Service notes a debris signature, suggesting a confirmed severe event. We have a critical development, a brand new tornado warning for Cass and St. Joseph counties, Michigan, just issued a mere 2 minutes ago. This warning notes rotation and debris, indicating a confirmed violent tornado. I'm taking us there immediately to the highest priority threat on the board, where Tornado ID is also showing a probable 71% signature. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Delaware, Hamilton, Hancock, Henry, and Madison counties in Indiana, effective immediately. This is a significant development, especially as the WIS intensity trend is weakening overall, yet we're seeing new warnings popping up. I'm flying us to this new threat now, which impacts roughly 664,000 people and is moving east at 55 miles per hour, posing a threat after dark. We've just seen 4 warnings expire or lifted, including the severe thunderstorm warning for Cass, Michigan. This indicates the immediate threat in those areas has passed. However, we still have active tornado warnings across the region, with the highest priority being the Cass, Michigan storm, which still has a probable 71% tornado signature. The radar is currently showing base reflectivity, which is good for storm structure, but with debris noted in the warning, we need to assess the dual pol data. Two new severe thunderstorm warnings have just been issued for Genesee, Michigan, and a multi-county warning for DeKalb, Elkhart, Kosciuszko, Noble, Steuben, and Whitley counties in Indiana. This indicates new convective development, even as our overall WIS trend shows some weakening. Let's start by flying to the Michigan warning, impacting over 400,000 people, and assess this developing threat. The tornado warning for Kosciuszko County, Indiana, has just expired. While that specific threat has passed, we still have numerous active warnings across the region, including several tornado warnings with probable signatures. I'm now switching to correlation coefficient to check for debris signatures on the highest priority tornado warning in Cass, Michigan. We're seeing a shift in our tornado warning count, now up to 4 active across the board. The top priority remains the tornado warning for Cass and St. Joseph counties, Michigan, where we've been tracking a probable 71% tornado signature. On the correlation coefficient product, we're still seeing values below 0.80 near the storm's base, which is a strong indicator of lofted debris and a confirmed tornado on the ground. We have an update to a severe thunderstorm warning for Boone County, Indiana, indicating that the National Weather Service has revised the polygon or extended the expiry. However, the most critical situation remains our top tornado warning in Cass, Michigan, which now has a confirmed debris signature. I'm keeping us on the correlation coefficient product and focused on this confirmed tornado, which is showing strong rotation and lofted debris. We have another update, this time for a severe thunderstorm warning in Jefferson, Missouri, where the National Weather Service has revised the polygon or expiry. While that's an important update, our primary concern remains the ongoing tornado threat in Cass, Michigan. I'm keeping us focused on this storm, where the correlation coefficient continues to show a strong debris signature, indicating a confirmed tornado on the ground moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. We're seeing an update to a severe thunderstorm warning in Burlington, New Jersey, with the National Weather Service revising the polygon or expiry. However, our immediate focus remains on the active tornado warnings, particularly the newly issued warning for Johnson and Marion counties, Indiana, which is now our top priority with a probable 71% tornado signature. I'm flying us to this storm now to assess the radar. We've just seen another update to a severe thunderstorm warning in Cumberland, Illinois, with the National Weather Service revising the polygon or expiry. However, our immediate concern remains the top priority tornado warning in Johnson and Marion counties, Indiana. We're staying on the correlation coefficient product to continue monitoring this probable 71% tornado signature, which is showing radar-indicated debris. We're seeing a significant increase in our active tornado warnings, now up to 6 across the region, with Elkhart and LaGrange counties, Indiana, now holding our top priority. This storm is showing a confirmed 99% tornado signature on the tornado ID, with a debris signature already noted. We're flying in to assess this extremely dangerous situation on the correlation coefficient product. We have an important update to a tornado warning for Hendricks and Marion counties in Indiana, where the National Weather Service has revised the polygon or expiry. This storm, cell L, is still active and exhibiting a probable 71% tornado signature. I'm flying us to its centroid now to get a better look at the radar on the correlation coefficient product. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Cotton, Jefferson, and Stevens counties in Oklahoma. This is a significant development, and we're immediately flying to this new storm, cell O, to assess the radar. The National Weather Service Norman has issued this warning, indicating a new threat emerging in the south. Alright, let's pivot our focus to the most critical storm on the board right now, the tornado warning in Elkhart and Lagrange counties, Indiana. This storm, cell P, has a confirmed 99% tornado signature according to Tornado ID, with a debris signature already noted in the warning text. We need to get a look at this immediately on the correlation coefficient product to assess the debris ball. We're still closely watching the tornado warning for Elkhart and Lagrange counties in Indiana, cell P, which continues to show a confirmed 99% tornado signature on the Tornado ID. The National Weather Service has noted a debris signature in the warning text, which is visible on our correlation coefficient product here. This remains our top priority, especially with nightfall having already occurred, reducing visibility for those in the path. We have an important update to a tornado warning for Huntington and Wabash counties in Indiana, where the National Weather Service has just revised the polygon or extended the expiry. This storm, cell F, previously flagged with a probable 71% tornado signature, is nearing its expiry but still shows rotation. I'm flying us to its centroid now to assess the latest radar. The tornado warning for Huntington and Wabash counties, Indiana, is set to expire in just 6 minutes. While we've seen some rotation with Cell C earlier, the velocity data on the KIWX radar shows that the circulation has significantly weakened, suggesting the mesocyclone is occluding as it moves out of the warned area. This threat appears to be winding down, but we remain vigilant for any reissuance. We're tracking a severe thunderstorm warning for Ingham County, Michigan, which is set to expire in just 6 minutes. While the storm, Cell D, has maintained some strong winds, the latest radar scans show it moving out of the warned area, and the overall intensity is diminishing. We're keeping an eye on any residual threats, but this warning is winding down. We've seen a significant shift on the board, with our tornado warning count dropping from 6 to 3 in the last few minutes. However, our top priority remains the confirmed 99% tornado signature in Elkhart and LaGrange counties, Indiana, which the National Weather Service has explicitly noted with a debris signature. Given this critical update, I'm switching our radar product to correlation coefficient to get a real-time look at that debris ball, especially with nightfall having already occurred. We are in the midst of a major outbreak with 18 active warnings across the board, including 3 confirmed tornado warnings and 15 severe thunderstorm warnings. While the overall intensity trend is weakening slightly, we still have significant threats. Our top priority remains the confirmed 99% tornado signature in Elkhart and LaGrange counties, Indiana, which is showing a radar-indicated debris signature. I'm going to quickly zoom out to give you a broad overview of the entire board, then we'll dive into the details of that lead storm. We're currently seeing a slight weakening trend in overall storm intensity, but a new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for Cumberland, Illinois, with the National Weather Service revising its polygon. I'm going to take a moment to reset our view to the full CONUS to give everyone a fresh look at the entire severe weather picture before we dive back into the individual cells. This will help us understand the broader context of these storms, especially with the ongoing tornado threats. We have breaking news on the board. A new tornado warning has just been issued for Adams, Jay, and Wells counties in Indiana, extending into Van Wert, Ohio. The National Weather Service is reporting rotation and a debris signature, which is a serious concern, especially after dark. This now makes 4 active tornado warnings across the region. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Auglaize, Darke, Mercer, and Shelby counties in Ohio, with cell K tracking east at 60 miles per hour. This storm is moving fast and has just come onto our board, so let's get a look at the radar signature. We've seen a significant shift on the board, with our tornado warning count increasing from 3 to 4 in the last few minutes. This recent escalation, with the severe thunderstorm warning for Adams, Indiana upgraded to a tornado warning, demands our immediate attention. Given the detected debris signature, I'm switching our radar product to correlation coefficient to confirm the tornadic debris. We're still closely monitoring the 4 active tornado warnings, particularly the top-ranked storm in Elkhart, Indiana, which continues to show a confirmed 99% tornado signature on correlation coefficient. The National Weather Service has also just revised several severe thunderstorm warnings, including for Hamilton, Indiana, and Comanche, Oklahoma, indicating ongoing adjustments to the threat areas. With such a dynamic environment, keeping the tornado ID layer on helps us quickly assess the confidence level for each rotating storm. While the tornado warnings in Elkhart, Adams, and Cass counties continue to show strong radar signatures, we also have several updated severe thunderstorm warnings, including one for Adams, Indiana, and Jefferson, Missouri, where polygons have been revised. I'm going to pull back slightly to the regional view, keeping our tornado ID badges up to highlight the most dangerous storms across the entire board. This gives us a wider perspective on the ongoing threats, especially with the WIS intensity trend showing a slight weakening, but still a catastrophic threat level overall. We've got an updated severe thunderstorm warning for Genesee, Michigan, as the National Weather Service has revised its polygon, indicating a continued threat. However, our top priority remains the tornado warning for Elkhart, Indiana, which still carries a confirmed 99% tornado signature on radar. Given the late hour and a confirmed debris signature, this is a dangerous situation unfolding after dark, so let's get a close look at that storm. Despite the recent updates to severe thunderstorm warnings, the primary concern remains the tornado warning for Elkhart, Indiana. The latest correlation coefficient scan continues to show a strong debris signature, reinforcing the 99% confirmed tornado ID status on this storm. This is a very dangerous situation, especially with darkness fully set in across the region. The situation remains stable with no significant changes since our last update, but the tornado warning for Elkhart, Indiana, continues to be our highest priority storm. Tornado ID still shows a 99% confirmed signature, and the debris ball remains visible on correlation coefficient, indicating a very dangerous, ongoing threat, especially with darkness fully set in. We'll keep a close eye on this, but let's shift our focus to the next highest-ranked tornado warning for Shelby, Indiana, as it also shows a probable signature and is tracking east at 50 miles per hour. Great news, the tornado warning for Elkhart, Indiana, has just expired. This means that particular storm is no longer showing tornadic signatures, or the threat has moved out of the warned area. However, we still have 4 other active tornado warnings on the board, and our top priority now shifts to the storm in Shelby, Indiana, which is showing a probable 71% tornado signature. Let's move to that. While the tornado warning for Elkhart, Indiana has just expired, we still have 4 other active tornado warnings, and our top priority remains the storm in Shelby, Indiana. This cell is showing a probable 71% tornado signature on correlation coefficient, with clear indications of a debris signature. We also have an updated severe thunderstorm warning for McDonald, Missouri, where the National Weather Service has just revised the polygon. Let's keep our focus on the most dangerous storms, especially with darkness fully set in across the region. We're seeing significant updates to 2 of our active tornado warnings. Cass, Michigan, and Johnson, Indiana have both had their polygons or expiry revised, indicating these storms are still active and dangerous. We're currently focused on the Shelby, Indiana storm, which remains our highest-ranked tornado threat with a probable 71% signature on correlation coefficient, showing continued debris. This is a dangerous nocturnal threat. the tornado warning for Johnson, Indiana has just expired. This indicates that the National Weather Service believes the immediate tornadic threat has passed for that area, likely due to the storm moving out of the polygon or weakening. However, we still have 3 other active tornado warnings on the board, and our highest priority remains the storm in Shelby, Indiana, which is still showing a probable 71% tornado signature. We have a significant update to the tornado warning for Adams, Indiana. The National Weather Service has just revised this warning, indicating the storm remains active and dangerous, continuing its eastward track at 65 miles per hour. We're also closely monitoring the Shelby, Indiana storm, which still shows a probable 71% tornado signature on correlation coefficient, with clear indications of a debris signature. Given the nighttime conditions, these are particularly dangerous threats. We've seen a shift in our tornado warning count, now down to 3 active warnings. Our top priority remains the Adams, Indiana storm, which continues to show a probable 71% tornado signature with radar-indicated debris. This is a very dangerous situation, especially with the added challenge of nighttime operations. We're keeping a very close watch on its eastward progression. We have a critical breaking update. A brand new tornado warning has just been issued for Mercer, Ohio. This storm, Cell K, is already showing a probable 71% tornado signature with radar-indicated debris on correlation coefficient, making it our top priority. We are focusing in on the new warned area as this dangerous circulation tracks eastward at 60 miles per hour under the cover of darkness. Remember, nighttime tornadoes are especially hazardous due to reduced visibility. We're continuing to track our top priority tornado warning in Mercer, Ohio, where the National Weather Service has confirmed a probable 71% tornado signature with radar-indicated debris. This dangerous storm, Cell K, is moving rapidly eastward at 60 miles per hour under the cover of darkness, making it an extremely urgent situation for anyone in its path. We'll keep the correlation coefficient up to monitor for any changes in that debris signature. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Adams and Allen counties in Indiana, including parts of Ohio. This is a significant expansion of the severe threat, with Cell K now impacting a much larger population of over 1.2 million people. While our top priority remains the tornado warning in Mercer, Ohio, this new warning is critical due to its size and speed, tracking east at 60 miles per hour. Alright, let's pivot our focus back to Mercer, Ohio. Despite the new severe thunderstorm warning, our top priority remains this tornado-warned storm, Cell K, which still shows a probable 71% tornado signature. The radar product recommendation is to switch to correlation coefficient to confirm the debris signature that was noted in the warning text. The tornado warning for Adams, Indiana, is set to expire in just 7 minutes. We're observing the rotation couplet weakening on the latest scans, suggesting the low-level mesocyclone is occluding as it moves towards the eastern edge of the polygon. This particular threat appears to be winding down, but we still have several other active warnings to monitor closely. We're closely watching the severe thunderstorm warning for Clark, Illinois, which is set to expire in just 7 minutes. The storm appears to be moving out of the warned area rather than weakening, so residents should remain vigilant until the polygon officially clears. We'll now shift our attention to the more pressing tornado threats. We've had a significant change to our board, with the overall alert count now at 20 warnings, including 4 active tornado warnings. The most dangerous storm remains the one in Mercer, Ohio, which is exhibiting a probable 71% tornado signature with radar-indicated debris. Given the late hour, it's critical to have multiple ways to receive warnings. We're currently tracking a major outbreak across the Midwest with 4 active tornado warnings and 16 severe thunderstorm warnings. Our top priority is still the Mercer, Ohio, tornado warning, which continues to show a probable 71% tornado signature with radar-indicated debris. We also have 3 other tornado warnings in Adams, Indiana, St. Joseph, Michigan, and Shelby, Indiana, all of which are nearing expiration but still demand vigilance. Alright, let's pivot our attention to the top-ranked tornado threat, Mercer, Ohio. This storm, Cell D, continues to show a probable 71% tornado signature, and the National Weather Service explicitly noted a debris signature. I'm switching to the correlation coefficient product to confirm that debris ball, which is the strongest radar evidence of a tornado on the ground. We are also under a severe thunderstorm warning in Decatur, Indiana, which just had its polygon revised by the National Weather Service. We've had one warning expire in Genesee, Michigan, which is good news, as that threat has now passed for those communities. However, we still have a significant and dangerous board with 4 active tornado warnings, 3 of which are set to expire in just 3 minutes. Let's quickly review the most concerning storms. We've had some recent updates to severe thunderstorm warnings in Cotton, Oklahoma, and LaGrange, Indiana, with polygons or expiry times revised, so those storms are still active and warrant attention. Our top priority remains the Mercer, Ohio tornado warning, which still shows a probable 71% tornado signature. Let's get a fresh look at the radar on that storm, specifically looking for that debris signature. We have an important update on the St. Joseph, Michigan tornado warning, which the National Weather Service has just revised. This storm, Cell C, is still active and exhibiting a probable 71% tornado signature, despite being in its last minute. Let's get a look at the correlation coefficient to check for a debris signature as it moves east at 50 miles per hour. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Allen, DeKalb, and Steuben counties in Indiana, extending into Defiance, Paulding, and Williams counties in Ohio. This is a significant expansion of the severe threat, affecting nearly 1 million people. Let's fly to this new warning immediately and assess the radar. We just received confirmation that the tornado warnings for St. Joseph, Michigan, and Adams, Indiana, have officially expired. That's good news for those communities as the immediate tornado threat has passed. However, we still have a dangerous situation unfolding in Mercer, Ohio, where a probable 71% tornado signature persists with radar-indicated debris. Let's shift our focus back to that violent storm. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Comanche and Cotton counties in Oklahoma. This is a fresh threat, moving southeast at 15 miles per hour, affecting approximately 172,000 people. Let's get to this new warning immediately and examine the radar for any developing organization. While the severe thunderstorm warning for Fayette, Indiana, was just updated, our highest priority remains the confirmed tornado threat in Mercer, Ohio. Tornado ID is showing a probable 71% signature with radar-indicated debris. Given the recommendation to switch to correlation coefficient, let's get a look at the dual-pole data for this dangerous storm. We have breaking news with a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Hillsdale, Michigan, and Williams County, Ohio. This storm, Cell O, is moving quickly east at 55 miles per hour and affects nearly 250,000 people. Let's get eyes on this new threat and see what the radar is telling us. We have an important update on the tornado warning for Mercer, Ohio. The National Weather Service has just revised this polygon, indicating the storm, Cell D, remains active and dangerous, despite being in its concluding stages with only 10 minutes left. The tornado ID still shows a probable 71% signature with radar-indicated debris. Let's switch to velocity to pinpoint that rotation. We've seen a significant shift in the board, with the number of active tornado warnings dropping from 4 down to just 1. Our sole remaining tornado warning is still for Mercer, Ohio, where the National Weather Service noted rotation and a debris signature. The tornado ID is still flagging a probable 71% signature, and with just 9 minutes until expiry, it's critical to see if this circulation is still capable of producing a tornado. The tornado warning for Mercer, Ohio, is in its final minutes, set to expire in just 8 minutes. While the tornado ID still shows a probable 71% signature, the storm is quickly moving out of the polygon, and we need to shift our focus to the intensifying severe thunderstorm warning to its south, in Indiana, and Allen County, Ohio, where rotation is now developing. Alright, we've got a major outbreak unfolding with 15 active warnings across 6 states, including a tornado warning for Mercer, Ohio, and 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. While the Mercer tornado warning is concluding, the overall threat remains high, especially with multiple intensifying severe cells across Indiana and Ohio. Let's pull back to get a full overview of this expansive severe weather event. We're still tracking a very active severe weather day, with 15 warnings across 6 states. The tornado warning for Mercer, Ohio, is now down to its final 6 minutes, with the National Weather Service noting rotation and a debris signature. However, the most concerning storm is now Cell D, a severe thunderstorm warning for Indiana, and Allen County, Ohio, where radar is indicating a developing hook and tightening rotation. We're seeing an update on the severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson and Stevens counties in Oklahoma. The National Weather Service has revised the polygon for Cell K, indicating this well-established storm continues to be a significant threat, moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. This storm is now the highest priority severe warning on our board, affecting around 100,000 people and showing strong reflectivity. We've just seen another update from the National Weather Service, this time for the severe thunderstorm warning in LaGrange, Indiana, and this is now our highest priority severe warning on the board. This storm, Cell K, is organizing and moving east at 55 miles per hour, posing a significant wind threat to around 246,000 people. We're flying there now to get a closer look at the reflectivity. We have two new severe thunderstorm warnings just issued, one for Jackson, Michigan, and another for a broad area including Auglaize, Champaign, and other counties in Ohio. This intensifies our outbreak, bringing us to 16 severe warnings and 1 tornado warning. We're flying to the Jackson, Michigan storm now, which is Cell F, moving east at 55 miles per hour and impacting around 116,000 people. This is a new, organizing threat to watch closely after dark. We have an important update on the tornado warning for Mercer, Ohio. The National Weather Service has just revised this warning, and while it's in its final 2 minutes, the radar continues to show a probable tornado signature with a debris ball, as indicated by our tornado ID at 71%. Given the debris signature and rotation noted, we are immediately switching to correlation coefficient to confirm. We're tracking several ongoing updates from the National Weather Service, particularly with severe thunderstorm warnings in Clark, Illinois, and Auglaize, Ohio, where polygons have been revised. The tornado warning for Mercer, Ohio, is now in its final minute, showing an indicated tornado signature. We're keeping a close eye on this, but let's shift our focus to the highest priority severe thunderstorm, Cell H, in Henry and Randolph counties, Indiana, which is now the top severe threat. We've just seen a new update from the National Weather Service for the severe thunderstorm warning covering Clark and Crawford counties in Illinois, with the polygon being revised. This storm, Cell E, has been long-lived, on the board for 79 minutes, and continues to track east at 50 miles per hour, posing a significant wind threat to around 232,000 people. I'm flying into the storm now to examine the latest reflectivity data. We just had the tornado warning for Mercer, Ohio, officially expire. While that threat has now moved out of the warned area, we are still tracking 15 active severe thunderstorm warnings, with the highest priority now on Cell and affecting Decatur, Henry, Rush, and Shelby counties in Indiana. This storm is moving east at 50 miles per hour, impacting nearly 300,000 people, and we're seeing strong reflectivity on local radar as I zoom in. we have two brand new severe thunderstorm warnings just issued. One is for Clay and Effingham counties in Illinois, which is Cell I, and another for the densely populated Bronx, Nassau, and Queens counties in New York. The Illinois storm is moving east at 30 miles per hour, impacting about 232,000 people, while the New York storm is tracking east at 25 miles per hour, putting over 5 million people at risk. We're flying to the Illinois storm first to get a read on its structure. The tornado warning for Mercer, Ohio has officially expired, bringing our tornado count down to 0. We're now tracking 18 active severe thunderstorm warnings across 7 states, a significant and widespread threat. Our top priority right now is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Cherokee, Mays, and Wagoner counties in Oklahoma, moving east at 20 miles per hour, impacting around 150,000 people. We're heading there now to assess the latest radar. We're facing a major outbreak tonight with 18 severe thunderstorm warnings active across 7 states, impacting millions. The WIS score of 171 confirms this is a catastrophic threat level, and it's happening after dark, which adds to the danger. I'm pulling back to give you the full scope of this widespread event before we dive into individual storms, particularly the long-lived ones. Remember, this is a dangerous night across the Midwest and Northeast. We're seeing a significant shift in our severe weather picture tonight, with the total number of active severe thunderstorm warnings now at 19 across the region, and a new warning just issued for Lenawee County, Michigan. This new cell, J, is moving rapidly east at 60 miles per hour, impacting about 116,000 people. I'm flying to this storm now to assess the reflectivity and potential for damaging winds, especially given the ongoing nocturnal threat. We have breaking news. A brand new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for Franklin and Union counties in Indiana, extending into Butler, Montgomery, and Preble counties in Ohio. This is Cell H, moving east at a brisk 55 miles per hour, putting nearly 1 million people in its path. I'm flying to this new warning now to get a look at the latest radar data from Kiln and assess the wind threat. The National Weather Service has just updated 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, one for Crosby County, Texas, and another for Steuben County, Indiana. This means the polygons have been revised, likely refining the threat area or extending the expiration time based on the latest storm analysis. I'm going to pull back to the national view to assess the full breadth of these 20 active severe warnings across 7 states. We're continuing to track a very active severe weather night across the country, with 20 severe thunderstorm warnings now active across 7 states. Our top priority right now is a concluding warning for Branch, Michigan, where Cell K is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour, impacting approximately 116,000 people before it expires in just 6 minutes. Let's get a final look at the reflectivity on this cell before it dissipates. We're down to the final few minutes for the severe thunderstorm warning in Branch, Michigan. Cell K, which has been active for 36 minutes, appears to be weakening on reflectivity as it approaches its expiration. With this warning concluding, let's shift our focus to the newest severe threat, a freshly issued warning for Defiance and Williams counties in Ohio, involving Cell C moving rapidly east. We're closely watching the severe thunderstorm warning for Decatur, Indiana, which is set to expire in just 5 minutes. On reflectivity, Cell P shows signs of weakening, with the strongest returns now moving out of the polygon. We'll continue to monitor its progression, but the immediate severe threat to Decatur is diminishing. Good evening, everyone. We are experiencing a significant severe weather outbreak tonight, with 20 severe thunderstorm warnings currently active across 7 states, impacting a substantial population. Our immediate focus is on Cell P, a mature severe storm in Hillsdale, Michigan, moving rapidly east at 55 miles per hour, threatening approximately 246,000 people. Let's get a look at the latest reflectivity from KIWX. We're seeing a slight uptick in activity, with 21 severe thunderstorm warnings now active across the region. Let's pivot immediately to the newest warning, just issued 1 minute ago, for Allen, Henry, and Putnam counties in Ohio, impacting nearly 400,000 people. This is Cell O, tracking rapidly northeast at 55 miles per hour, and we need to assess its structure on reflectivity from Kiln. We've seen a slight decrease in the total active severe thunderstorm warnings, now at 20 across the country, but the threat remains significant, especially after dark. Let's immediately refocus on the newest severe thunderstorm warning, Cell O, impacting Allen, Henry, and Putnam counties in Ohio. This storm, moving rapidly northeast at 55 miles per hour, presents a wind and hail threat to nearly 390,000 people. I'm going to drop the radar tilt to 0.5 degrees and switch to velocity to check for any embedded rotation within this rapidly moving line. Three severe thunderstorm warnings have just expired or been lifted across the region, indicating those immediate threats have passed. This brings our total active severe warnings down to 20, but we still have a significant number of ongoing storms, particularly in Ohio. Let's shift our attention to the next active severe thunderstorm warning, Cell F, impacting Lubbock and Lynn counties in Texas, moving southeast at 5 miles per hour. We've seen a significant reduction in the number of active severe thunderstorm warnings, now down to 14 across the country. This indicates some of the earlier cells are weakening or moving out of their polygons. However, we still have a very active area in Ohio, with cell O impacting Allen, Henry, and Putnam counties, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Let's get a fresh look at this cell with velocity data. We've had a minor uptick in active severe thunderstorm warnings, now at 15 across the country, as new cells continue to develop. Our top priority right now is the newly issued severe thunderstorm warning for Hancock and Wood counties in Ohio, Cell L, tracking rapidly east at 50 miles per hour. This storm has just been issued and is presenting a significant wind and hail threat. We've just seen an update to several severe thunderstorm warnings, including those in Auglaize, Ohio, and Comanche, Oklahoma, indicating that the National Weather Service has revised the polygons or expiry for these ongoing threats. While the overall number of warnings remains at 15, we're still tracking multiple significant cells, especially after dark. Let's focus on Cell D, now intensifying over Nassau County, New York, moving east at 30 miles per hour, impacting 1.4 million people. We need to assess the developing rotation. We're tracking a significant severe weather outbreak tonight, with 15 severe thunderstorm warnings active across multiple states. The overall threat level is catastrophic, and with it being after dark, the danger is amplified. We have wind gusts up to 80 knots reported, and the Storm Prediction Center has highlighted significant wind and hail probabilities. Let's pull back and survey the entire board to see the full scope of this event, then we'll dive into the most concerning storms. We're seeing an increase in active severe thunderstorm warnings, now totaling 16 across the country. The newest warning, Cell I, has just been issued for Fulton and Williams counties in Ohio, moving rapidly east at 50 miles per hour. Given it's after dark, this rapidly moving cell poses an elevated risk to the nearly 260,000 people in its path, so let's get a closer look at the radar signature. We're closely monitoring Cell B, impacting Fayette, Franklin, and Union counties in Indiana, as this severe thunderstorm warning is set to expire in just 7 minutes. The latest radar scans show a weakening trend as it progresses east, with the main threat now diminishing. While the immediate danger is subsiding here, we still have numerous other active severe warnings across the board, so let's pivot to the next developing cell. We are now tracking Cell C in Cotton County, Oklahoma, where a severe thunderstorm warning is set to expire in just 7 minutes. This storm has been moving slowly southeast at 15 miles per hour, and the radar indicates it's weakening as it exits the warned area. While this specific threat is winding down, we must remember the broader context of an active night, especially with numerous other severe warnings in Ohio and New York still ongoing. We've just received updates on several severe thunderstorm warnings, including those in Hillsdale, Michigan, and Jefferson, Oklahoma, indicating that the National Weather Service has revised the polygons or expiry for these ongoing threats. This reflects the dynamic nature of this multi-state severe weather event, with a current WIS score of 170 pointing to a major outbreak. We're still tracking 16 active warnings, so let's pull back and get a broader view of the entire board. The severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson County, Oklahoma, is concluding, with only 7 minutes remaining until its expiration. Radar continues to show a weakening trend as Cell K moves out of the warned area. While this particular threat is diminishing, we still have numerous other active severe warnings to monitor across the region, particularly in Ohio and Michigan. We're currently focused on Cell K in Jefferson and Stevens counties, Oklahoma, where this severe thunderstorm warning is now in its final 5 minutes. The radar continues to show a weakening trend as the storm moves out of the polygon, and we've been tracking it on the KFDR radar. While this storm is winding down, we do have a few other expiring warnings across the board, alongside other active cells to monitor. We've just seen an increase to 17 active severe thunderstorm warnings across the country, indicating a persistent and widespread threat this evening. Our focus is shifting to a newly issued warning for Washtenaw County, Michigan, where Cell P is rapidly moving east at 55 miles per hour, impacting nearly 372,000 people after dark. This is a fresh storm developing in a very active environment, so let's get a closer look at its structure on the KDTX radar. We are tracking a significant severe weather outbreak tonight, with 17 active severe thunderstorm warnings stretching across multiple states, impacting hundreds of thousands. While many storms are in Michigan and Ohio, we have an expiring warning in Oklahoma, Cell O, that is about to drop off the board. Let's briefly check in on that storm before it concludes, as the National Weather Service Norman warning for Jefferson and Stevens counties only has 3 minutes left. We've seen a notable decrease in the number of active severe thunderstorm warnings, dropping from 17 down to 13. This indicates some storms are weakening or moving out of their polygons, though we still have a widespread threat. Let's shift our focus to the new severe thunderstorm warning for Garza, Lubbock, and Lynn counties in Texas, where Cell C has been on the board for a significant 49 minutes and is moving southeast at 15 miles per hour. We've just seen an increase to 14 active severe thunderstorm warnings across the country, signifying a continued widespread threat. The situation has changed with a new warning for Clay, Effingham, Jasper, and Richland counties in Illinois. This is a newly issued warning, where Cell H is tracking east at 40 miles per hour, impacting nearly 464,000 people. I'm flying to this new threat now to assess its structure on the KDWX radar. We've just seen a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Benton, Washington, Adair, Cherokee, Delaware, and Wagoner counties, spanning Arkansas and Oklahoma. This is a fresh threat, with cell L tracking southeast at 25 miles per hour, impacting roughly 734,000 people. I'm flying to this newly warned area now to get a closer look at the radar signature. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Champaign, Clark, and Miami counties in Ohio, impacting approximately 390,000 people. This is a very fresh warning, only a minute old, for Selby, which is racing eastward at 55 miles per hour. I'm taking you to this new threat now on the Kiln radar to examine the storm's structure. We have another brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued, this time for Lucas, Ottawa, Sandusky, and Wood counties in Ohio, impacting over 500,000 people. This is Cell E, moving rapidly eastward at 55 miles per hour, and given the nocturnal environment, severe threats are heightened. I'm flying to this new warning to assess the radar signature on the KDTX site. We've had a quick update from the National Weather Service on the severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin, Indiana, indicating a polygon or expiry revision. This is Cell E, and while the threat remains, it's important to keep an eye on these updates as the storm evolves. I'm taking a look at this updated warning to see what's changed in its trajectory and potential impact. We have another the National Weather Service update for Auglaize, Ohio, where the severe thunderstorm warning polygon has been revised. This is Storm O, tracking eastward, and while the core remains strong, these updates often mean a refined threat area. Let's zoom into this updated warning on the KDTX radar to see the latest storm structure and motion. We have in the National Weather Service update for Garza, Texas, where the severe thunderstorm warning polygon has been revised. This is Storm C, which has been on the board for a while, now tracking southeast at 15 miles per hour, impacting roughly 521,000 people. I'm taking you there now to examine the latest radar changes on the KLBB site. We've seen an increase in the number of active severe thunderstorm warnings, now up to 17 across the board. This indicates a very active evening, especially as we head deeper into the overnight hours, which adds to the danger. I'm going to pull back to the national view to give everyone a fresh overview of this widespread severe weather event. We are closely watching this severe thunderstorm warning for Nassau, New York, which is set to expire in just 8 minutes. On the latest radar scan, the cell appears to be weakening as it pushes offshore, suggesting the immediate threat is diminishing for the warned areas. While this storm wraps up, we still have 16 other active severe thunderstorm warnings across the CONUS. This severe thunderstorm warning for Clay, Illinois, is set to expire in just 3 minutes. The cell, identified as Storm E, appears to be weakening on radar as it exits the warned area, indicating the immediate threat is diminishing. While this storm wraps up, we still have 16 other active severe thunderstorm warnings across the CONUS that we're keeping a close eye on. We've just seen an increase in our active severe thunderstorm warnings, now totaling 18 across the CONUS. This latest warning is for Fulton, Ohio, associated with Cell D, which was just issued minutes ago and is tracking east at 45 miles per hour. Given this is a nocturnal event, the danger is elevated due to reduced visibility and public awareness. We are tracking a major outbreak tonight with 18 active severe thunderstorm warnings across multiple states. The WIS score of 173 confirms this is a catastrophic threat, especially with the added danger of nocturnal storms. I'm going to pull back for a moment to give you a regional overview before we dive into the most significant individual cells. We've seen a significant reduction in the number of active severe thunderstorm warnings, now down to 13 from 18. This is a positive trend, suggesting some storms are weakening or moving out of warned areas. However, we still have a widespread severe weather threat, and the MD 1105 for northern Ohio indicates that more warnings are likely. Let's head to the newest warning in Fulton, Ohio, to assess the situation there. We've seen a slight reduction in our severe thunderstorm warning count, now down to 12 from 13. While a small drop, the overall threat remains high, especially for northern Ohio where the Storm Prediction Center MD 1105 highlights a watch is likely for ongoing convective activity. Let's shift our focus to the highest priority storm now, which is Cell D in Garza and Lynn counties in Texas, a long-lived storm that has been on the board for over an hour. We've just had an update to a severe thunderstorm warning in Washtenaw, Michigan, where the National Weather Service has revised the polygon or expiry. This indicates the storm, designated as Cell E, remains active and requires continued vigilance. However, our top priority storm, Cell A in Garza and Lynn counties in Texas, remains a long-lived and dangerous cell moving southeast at 20 miles per hour, impacting approximately 210,000 people. Let's get a look at the radar on that Texas storm. We've just received an update for a severe thunderstorm warning in Franklin, Indiana, where the National Weather Service has revised the polygon or expiry for Cell A. This storm has been on our board for 43 minutes and is impacting nearly 1 million people, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Let's get a closer look at the radar to see the latest developments in this long-lived system. We have another the National Weather Service update coming in, this time for a severe thunderstorm warning in Auglaize, Ohio, where the polygon or expiry has been revised. This is Cell P, a mature storm moving east at 55 miles per hour, impacting roughly 780,000 people. With only 9 minutes left on this warning, we need to assess if the storm is showing any signs of weakening or if a reissuance is likely. We're focusing on the severe thunderstorm warning for Champaign, Ohio, which is set to expire in just 8 minutes. On the kiln velocity product, we're seeing the rotation couplet weakening significantly, suggesting the mesocyclone is occluding and the storm is losing its organization. It appears this threat is diminishing as the storm moves out of the warned area. We are closely watching the severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin, Indiana, which is slated to expire in just 8 minutes. On the kiln velocity product, the storm's rotation has significantly weakened, indicating its mesocyclone is occluding. This suggests the immediate severe threat is diminishing as the storm moves out of the warned area. We're getting the National Weather Service updates for severe thunderstorm warnings in both Garza, Texas, and Champaign, Ohio, indicating some polygon or expiry revisions. Let's shift our attention to the updated warning for Franklin, Indiana, Cell N, which has been on the board for 47 minutes and is approaching expiry in just 6 minutes. On the kiln velocity data, the core of the strongest winds appears to be weakening as it pushes eastward. Alright, we have a major outbreak unfolding with 12 active severe thunderstorm warnings across 7 states right now. The National Weather Service has just updated several of these, but our top priority is Selby in Champaign, Clark, and Miami counties, Ohio, which is showing signs of intensifying. Let's get a closer look at the kiln velocity data for this storm, which is moving rapidly east at 55 miles per hour and impacting nearly 400,000 people. We're tracking an updated severe thunderstorm warning for Champaign, Clark, and Miami counties in Ohio, where Selly is showing a persistent velocity signature on the kiln radar. This storm, moving east at 55 miles per hour, is a mature, well-established system impacting approximately 390,000 people. The velocity data continues to show strong inbound and outbound couplets, indicating robust winds within the storm structure. We're seeing a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Crawford, Sandusky, Seneca, and Wyandotte counties in Ohio, just minutes ago, impacting over 500,000 people. This new cell N, moving east at 50 miles per hour, is our highest priority right now. I'm switching to reflectivity to assess its structure as it develops. We've had a slight increase in our severe thunderstorm warning count, now up to 13 active warnings across the CONUS. While many storms are concluding, our new top priority is the recently issued warning for Crawford, Sandusky, Seneca, and Wyandotte counties in Ohio. This new cell N, impacting over 500,000 people, is moving east at 50 miles per hour. I'm going to switch to velocity to check for any embedded rotation within this new cell. We've seen a notable decrease in the total number of severe thunderstorm warnings, now down to 9 active across the CONUS, indicating some storms are weakening or moving out of their warned areas. However, we're still focusing on the new severe thunderstorm warning for Crawford, Sandusky, Seneca, and Wyandotte counties in Ohio, where cell N is moving east at 50 miles per hour, impacting over 500,000 people. The kiln velocity data at 0.5 degrees shows a broad area of enhanced winds within this mature storm. We've had a change on the board, with the total number of severe thunderstorm warnings increasing to 10, indicating continued activity across the region. Our new top priority is the recently issued warning for Borden and Dawson counties in Texas, where Selly has just been issued and is moving south at 30 miles per hour. This new storm is showing signs of developing, and we'll be watching it closely for any intensification. We're seeing continued severe weather activity, with the National Weather Service just updating the severe thunderstorm warning for Clay County, Illinois. While the overall trend for the WIS score is weakening, this update signifies ongoing threats. I'm focusing on the storm in Borden and Dawson, Texas, as the radar shows a mesocyclone signature, which warrants a switch to velocity to better assess the rotation. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Garza and Lynn counties in Texas, making our total 11 active severe warnings across the CONUS. This storm, Cell P, is moving south at 25 miles per hour. Despite the overall WIS score weakening, this new warning shows convective activity remains a threat, especially during these overnight hours. Alright, we're back over West Texas, where the National Weather Service has just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Garza and Lynn counties. This is Cell P, tracking south at 25 miles per hour, impacting roughly 210,000 people. I'm switching to velocity on the KLBB radar to check for any rotation given the mesocyclone noted in the adjacent warning to the south. We're seeing the severe thunderstorm warning for Champaign and Clark counties in Ohio approaching its expiration in just 8 minutes. While this particular cell, Storm B, appears to be weakening as it exits the warned area, we still have 10 other active severe thunderstorm warnings across the CONUS that demand our attention during these dangerous overnight hours. Let's pivot to a different active storm to continue our analysis. We're tracking the severe thunderstorm warning for Clay, Jasper, and Richland counties in Illinois, which is set to expire in just 8 minutes. Cell K, responsible for this warning, appears to be weakening as it moves out of the warned polygon. However, we still have 10 other active severe thunderstorm warnings across the CONUS, so let's shift our focus to the next highest priority threat. We're focusing on the severe thunderstorm warning for Lucas, Ottawa, Sandusky, and Wood counties in Ohio, where the National Weather Service has just updated the warning. This storm, Cell G, is currently impacting over 500,000 people as it races eastward at 55 miles per hour. With a mesocyclone noted in the warning text and significant wind/hail probabilities, I'm switching to velocity on the KDTX radar to assess the rotation. We've just had an update from the National Weather Service on the severe thunderstorm warning for Lynn County, Texas, which is now down to its final 5 minutes. This storm, Cell P, has been a long-lived one, on our board for over an hour and a half, but it appears to be weakening as it tracks southeast at 15 miles per hour. Let's quickly pull back to the national view to assess the broader severe threat, especially given the significant overnight risk. The National Weather Service has just updated the severe thunderstorm warning for Garza and Lynn counties in Texas, extending the polygon for Cell I, which is still in its organizing stage. This storm is tracking south at 25 miles per hour, impacting roughly 210,000 people under the cover of darkness. I'm pulling up the local radar to get a better look at its structure. We're watching the severe thunderstorm warning for Lynn County, Texas, which is now in its final 6 minutes. This storm, Cell B, appears to be weakening as it approaches expiration. Given the current radar trends, it looks like this threat is largely concluding for Lynn County. We're pivoting to the severe thunderstorm warning for Fulton County, Ohio, which is now in its final 6 minutes. This storm, Cell F, is rapidly approaching expiration and appears to be weakening as it moves out of the polygon. We still have several active severe warnings across the Midwest and Texas Panhandle to monitor. The National Weather Service has just updated 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in Clay, Illinois, and Hancock, Ohio, indicating ongoing threats in both regions as we approach expiration for some of these cells. We're currently focused on the Fulton County, Ohio warning, which is expiring in just 4 minutes. Let's quickly shift to the newly updated warning in Hancock County, Ohio, as it too is in its final minute. We're focusing back on the severe thunderstorm warning for Clay, Illinois, which is now in its final 8 minutes. This storm, Cell K, appears to be concluding as it tracks out of the warned area, with no significant radar signatures indicating ongoing severe threat. We'll continue to monitor other active warnings across the region. We are now shifting our attention to the severe thunderstorm warning for Hancock and Wood counties in Ohio, which is set to expire in just 7 minutes. This storm, Cell N, appears to be moving out of the warned polygon, and the radar indicates a weakening trend. We'll keep an eye on any lingering activity as it dissipates, but the immediate severe threat for this area is diminishing. We've seen a shift in the overall threat picture, with the total number of severe thunderstorm warnings decreasing from 11 to 6. While the immediate threat has lessened in some areas, we still have several active storms, particularly in Ohio and Texas, moving through the overnight hours. Let's start with the most mature cell in Oklahoma. Good evening, everyone. We have a multi-area severe weather event unfolding across the central U.S. and Great Lakes region this evening, with 6 active severe thunderstorm warnings on the board. The WIS is at 124, indicating a significant threat across multiple states. We're seeing storms with strong wind gusts and hail, particularly as these cells move through the overnight hours. Let's get a look at the full scope of this active board, then we'll dive into the most concerning storms. We've had a slight decrease in the total number of severe thunderstorm warnings, now down to 5 active alerts across the country. The overall intensity is weakening, but we still have several potent cells, especially in Texas, where we're seeing some organizing storms with wind gust reports. Let's focus on cell O in Borden and Dawson counties, which is showing signs of intensification. We're seeing an update to the severe thunderstorm warning in Garza County, Texas, indicating a revision to the polygon or expiry. This storm, cell I, continues to track south at 25 miles per hour, impacting approximately 210,000 people. Given the mesocyclone mentioned in the Borden, Texas warning text, I'm switching to velocity radar to check for any tightening rotation. We're shifting our attention to the severe thunderstorm warning in Lucas, Ottawa, Sandusky, and Wood counties in Ohio, which is set to expire in just 8 minutes. This storm, cell G, is tracking east at 55 miles per hour and appears to be moving out of the warned polygon, with radar indicating a weakening trend as it progresses. We have another update coming in, with the National Weather Service revising the severe thunderstorm warning for Crawford, Sandusky, Seneca, and Wyandotte counties in Ohio. This storm, cell L, is still tracking east at 50 miles per hour, affecting roughly 520,000 people, and has another 21 minutes on the clock. Given the active LSRs we're seeing, this storm still warrants close attention, especially during these overnight hours. Good morning, everyone. We have 5 active severe thunderstorm warnings across the country this hour, with a significant threat still unfolding, especially under the cover of darkness. While some storms are concluding, we're seeing continued intensification in parts of Texas and long-lived cells in Oklahoma. Let's get a regional overview of the entire board. The severe thunderstorm warning for Lucas, Ottawa, Sandusky, and Wood counties in Ohio is now in its final minutes, expiring in just 8. Radar indicates this storm, Cell B, is weakening as it moves out of the warned area, but we'll continue to monitor its progression. Let's now shift our focus to the ongoing threats in Texas, where we've seen some recent intensification. The National Weather Service has just updated the severe thunderstorm warning for Lucas, Ottawa, Sandusky, and Wood counties in Ohio, revising the polygon or expiry as this storm, cell B, enters its final 5 minutes. While it's weakening, we're going to quickly pull up the velocity data to confirm there's no lingering low-level rotation before it expires. Given the significant wind reports earlier, it's crucial to confirm the threat has fully diminished. We're seeing another update from the National Weather Service, this time for the severe thunderstorm warning in Adair and Cherokee counties, Oklahoma. This long-lived storm, cell H, has been on the board for nearly an hour, and the National Weather Service has revised its polygon or expiry, indicating continued organization or a refined threat area. It continues to track east at 40 miles per hour, impacting roughly 100,000 people. With daylight hours still far off, the overnight threat remains significant. We've seen a slight reduction in our active severe thunderstorm warnings, now down to 4 across the country. The top priority remains with cell H in Adair and Cherokee counties, Oklahoma, which is still tracking east at 35 miles per hour. Given the persistent mesocyclone indicated earlier in the Borden, Texas warning text, I'm switching to velocity on this Oklahoma storm to check for any low-level rotation, especially with the 0.5-degree tilt. The National Weather Service has just updated the severe thunderstorm warning for Crawford, Sandusky, Seneca, and Wyandotte counties in Ohio. This storm, cell M, is still moving rapidly east at 50 miles per hour, affecting over 500,000 people, but is now in its concluding stages with only 10 minutes remaining on the warning. We'll quickly check the base reflectivity on this cell to assess its structure before it moves out of the warned area. Alright everyone, the situation remains active with 4 severe thunderstorm warnings on the board, and a significant threat level of 4 out of 5, especially as these storms continue under the cover of darkness. While we just checked the Ohio cell, my radar recommendation is to switch to velocity on the Texas storms given the mesocyclone noted in the Borden warning. Let's fly to Selby and Garza and Lynn counties, Texas, which is a mature storm that's been on the board for 25 minutes, impacting roughly 210,000 people, and examine its internal rotation. We're nearing the expiry of the severe thunderstorm warning for Crawford, Sandusky, Seneca, and Wyandotte counties in Ohio, with only 8 minutes left on the clock. This storm, Cell O, is rapidly moving out of the polygon to the east at 50 miles per hour. While this threat is concluding, we still have active severe warnings in Texas and Oklahoma to monitor. The severe thunderstorm warning for Borden and Dawson counties in Texas is also nearing its conclusion, with only 8 minutes left until expiry. This storm, Cell F, has been tracking south at 30 miles per hour, and while we've seen some strong wind gusts reported earlier, the radar presentation suggests it's beginning to weaken as it moves out of the warned area. Let's shift our focus to the remaining active cells. One of our severe thunderstorm warnings, specifically for Garza County, Texas, has just expired. This means the immediate threat from that particular cell has passed, and we're now down to 3 active severe warnings across the country. Let's get a fresh look at the remaining threats, particularly the long-lived storm in Oklahoma. Alright, the threat level has escalated to significant, with 3 severe thunderstorm warnings remaining. We're still focused on Cell D in Adair and Cherokee counties, Oklahoma, which is a long-lived storm, on the board for 65 minutes. With 20 minutes left on this warning, let's get a close look at its structure on base reflectivity, keeping in mind the nocturnal hazard. We're down to just 8 minutes left on the severe thunderstorm warning for Crawford, Sandusky, Seneca, and Wyandotte counties in Ohio. This storm, Cell O, is now in its concluding stages and moving quickly out of the warned area. While this specific threat is winding down, we'll quickly shift focus to the remaining 2 active severe warnings in Texas and Oklahoma to ensure coverage. We're down to the final 4 minutes on the severe thunderstorm warning for Borden and Dawson counties in Texas, as Cell H continues its southward track. The latest radar scans show a weakening trend, indicating this storm is dissipating as it exits the warned area. Let's shift our focus to the long-lived storm still active in Oklahoma. Alright, let's pull back and get a full overview of our remaining 3 severe thunderstorm warnings across 3 states, Ohio, Texas, and Oklahoma. While the warnings in Ohio and Texas are rapidly expiring, the storm in Adair and Cherokee counties, Oklahoma, remains the most persistent and warrants continued vigilance given its 70-minute longevity. We'll keep a close eye on all 3 as they track. We've had a significant reduction in active warnings, now down to just one severe thunderstorm warning for Adair and Cherokee counties in Oklahoma. This particular storm, Cell I, has been incredibly persistent, on the board now for over an hour, and continues to track east at 35 miles per hour. With only 14 minutes left on this warning, let's zoom in and assess its current structure and potential for renewal. We've seen a dramatic decrease in activity, now with just one severe thunderstorm warning remaining for Adair and Cherokee counties in Oklahoma, as you see highlighted on the map. This lone cell, tracking east at 35 miles per hour, is now in its concluding stages with only 10 minutes left on the warning. Given the late hour, we'll maintain vigilance for any redevelopment, but the immediate threat appears to be winding down. We're in the final stretch for the severe thunderstorm warning in Adair and Cherokee counties, Oklahoma, with just 8 minutes remaining. The storm, Cell I, is still tracking eastward at 35 miles per hour, but the latest radar scans indicate a weakening trend as it moves out of the warned area. We'll be keeping an eye on the region for any lingering activity, but the immediate severe threat is diminishing. We're focusing on the final minutes of the severe thunderstorm warning for Adair and Cherokee counties in Oklahoma, with only 4 minutes left. This storm, Cell L, continues to push eastward, but the reflectivity signature on KSRX is showing significant disorganization, indicating the severe threat is winding down. We're observing a broad, weakening reflectivity core without any distinct bowing or rotation at this point. The National Weather Service has just revised the severe thunderstorm warning for Adair and Cherokee counties in Oklahoma, extending its duration, though it's now in its last minute. Cell O continues to show signs of weakening on the KSRX radar, with the reflectivity core becoming more diffuse as it tracks eastward. Given the late hour and the dissipating trend, the immediate severe threat appears to be diminishing, but we'll monitor for any unexpected re-intensification. We're down to the final 7 minutes for the severe thunderstorm warning in Adair and Cherokee counties, Oklahoma. The storm, identified as Cell C, is largely exiting the warned area to the east, and the KSRX radar continues to show a weakening trend with a disorganized reflectivity signature. It appears this threat is rapidly diminishing as the storm moves into a less favorable environment. We've had a significant shift on the board. All active severe thunderstorm warnings have now expired or been cancelled, bringing our total alert count to 0. This means we're currently in a quiet period across the CONUS, but with a DOS score of 100, we know the atmosphere still holds significant potential for later today. Let's pull back and survey the broader synoptic setup. With all warnings now expired across the CONUS, we're in a quiet phase, but it's important to recap the impacts. We have 6 confirmed tornado LSRs on record from earlier activity, though their EF ratings are unrated at this time. I'm activating the damage track layer so you can see the ground truth of where these tornadoes touched down. With all active warnings now cleared from the board, we're in a brief quiet period across the CONUS. However, we do have a few lingering storm reports from earlier activity, and given the DOS score of 100, the atmosphere remains primed for potential redevelopment later today. I'm pulling back to the national view to assess the broader synoptic picture and potential areas for future convection. We have breaking news on the board. A new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for Cherokee, Muskogee, and Sequoia counties in Oklahoma. I'm flying to the warned area now to bring up the latest radar, as this is occurring after dark, increasing the danger. We've just seen an escalation in our threat level, now upgraded to significant, driven by this new severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Oklahoma. This storm is tracking south at 15 miles per hour, posing a significant wind and hail threat, particularly concerning as it's moving into the overnight hours. Alright, let's take a broader look at the current severe weather landscape. We only have one active severe thunderstorm warning on the board, located in eastern Oklahoma, impacting Cherokee, Muskogee, and Sequoia counties. I'm pulling back to the regional view to show the broader context and activating storm cones to visualize its trajectory, especially as it moves south into the overnight. Focusing tightly on this severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Oklahoma, we're seeing a consolidating line segment on base reflectivity from KINX. The storm is moving south at 15 miles per hour, putting Weber's Falls and Gore directly in its path over the next 15 to 25 minutes. Given the nocturnal timing, any embedded wind gusts or hail cores will be particularly dangerous due to reduced visibility. I'm switching to velocity radar now to inspect the internal structure of this intensifying severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Oklahoma. We're looking for any tidal rotation signatures within the line, especially near the leading edge where the storm arc is consolidating. The nocturnal environment elevates the risk from any hidden wind or hail threats, so close scrutiny is critical. Given the consolidating line in eastern Oklahoma and its southward motion, communities south of the current warning, like Eufaula and Chakotah, need to be prepared for strong wind gusts and hail in the next hour. The nocturnal environment means these threats will be harder to spot, so have multiple ways to receive warnings. We're focusing on the lone severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Oklahoma, impacting Cherokee, Muskogee, and Sequoyah counties. This storm, identified as Cell G, is a mature, active segment of a consolidating line, moving south at 15 miles per hour. It continues to pose a significant wind and hail threat, particularly dangerous given the nighttime hours. We've seen a slight de-escalation in the overall threat tier, moving from significant to notable, as the activity in eastern Oklahoma shows signs of weakening. This lone severe thunderstorm warning, affecting Cherokee, Muskogee, and Sequoyah counties, is still active and moving south at 15 miles per hour. We're keeping a close eye on its reflectivity, ensuring no new strong cores develop as it progresses through the overnight hours, which remain a heightened danger period. Given the stability in the current severe weather situation across the CONUS, we're pulling back to a broader view. We still have one active severe thunderstorm warning on the board, impacting Cherokee, Muskogee, and Sequoyah counties in eastern Oklahoma. This storm, moving south at 15 miles per hour, is now the primary focus across the entire country, especially with the nocturnal environment elevating the risk. The Storm Prediction Center outlook continues to show general thunder for this area. We're drilling down on the severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Oklahoma, impacting Cherokee, Muskogee, and Sequoyah counties. On base reflectivity from KINX, we're observing a well-defined bow echo consolidating, indicating a potent rear inflow jet driving damaging winds. This system is tracking south at 15 miles per hour, putting communities like Weber's Falls and Gore directly in its path over the next 10 to 15 minutes, with the nighttime environment making these threats even more dangerous. The severe thunderstorm warning for Cherokee, Muskogee, and Sequoia counties in eastern Oklahoma is nearing its expiration, with only 8 minutes remaining. The radar indicates the storm's reflectivity core is weakening as it progresses south at 15 miles per hour, suggesting the primary threat is diminishing, though isolated gusts are still possible. With no other warnings on the board, we're monitoring for any new development, but the immediate severe threat is winding down. We're in the final minutes for the severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Oklahoma, with only 7 minutes remaining until expiration. The storm's reflectivity continues to weaken on KINX radar, confirming the diminishing threat as it exits the warned area. With no other active warnings on the board, this event appears to be winding down. We have a significant development, that the National Weather Service has just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Cherokee, Haskell, Muskogee, and Sequoia counties in Oklahoma, driven by a fresh pulse of convection to the northeast of the expiring warning. This new cell, B, is tracking southeast at 20 miles per hour, with the threat now shifting slightly eastward. This is a nocturnal threat, so it's critical to be aware. We've got 2 active severe thunderstorm warnings in eastern Oklahoma right now. While the original warning is nearing its final minute, a new warning has just been issued to the northeast for Cell B, indicating a developing threat for Cherokee, Haskell, Muskogee, and Sequoyah counties. This new cell is tracking southeast at 20 miles per hour, and we're seeing strong reflectivity on KSRX radar. This is still a nocturnal event, so remaining weather aware is paramount. The National Weather Service has just updated both severe thunderstorm warnings in eastern Oklahoma, indicating a revised polygon or expiry. We still have 2 active cells, with Cell F now the primary concern, tracking southeast at 20 miles per hour through Cherokee, Haskell, Muskogee, and Sequoyah counties. The lead storm, Cell B, is now expiring, so our focus shifts to this newer, organizing threat. We now have just one severe thunderstorm warning active in eastern Oklahoma, focusing on Cell F impacting Cherokee, Haskell, Muskogee, and Sequoyah counties. This storm is organizing and tracking southeast at 20 miles per hour. Given it's a nocturnal threat, public awareness remains critical, even with the reduced warning count. Given the NO significant changes update and the storm's organizing nature, let's switch to velocity radar to check for any embedded rotation within this severe thunderstorm. We're looking at KSRX's 0.5-degree scan for signs of a tightening couplet, which would indicate strengthening low-level circulation, especially critical during this nocturnal period. Alright, with the current severe thunderstorm in eastern Oklahoma showing no significant changes on radar, let's pull back and look at the broader picture. We're keeping an eye on the mesoscale environment to see what else could develop, especially given the worth-watching DOS score for today. Residents across eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas should remain weather-aware throughout the morning hours as this activity continues to track southeast. Good morning everyone, we're focusing on the single severe thunderstorm warning still active in eastern Oklahoma, covering Cherokee, Haskell, Muskogee, and Sequoyah counties. This storm, Cell J, continues to track southeast at 20 miles per hour, impacting approximately 200,000 people. We're keeping a close watch on its intensifying storm arc, especially during these overnight hours where threats are often underestimated. We've had an update to the severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Oklahoma for Cell J, covering Cherokee, Haskell, Muskogee, and Sequoyah counties. The National Weather Service has revised the polygon or expiry, and this storm continues to show an intensifying arc. Given the nocturnal timing, public awareness remains paramount as this storm tracks southeast at 20 miles per hour. Alright, let's pull back and get a wider view of the single severe thunderstorm warning still active in eastern Oklahoma, covering Haskell, Muskogee, and Sequoyah counties. This storm is tracking southeast at 20 miles per hour, and while it's the only warning on the board, the nocturnal environment still demands vigilance. We'll keep a close eye on its progress and potential for any further organization as it moves through the overnight hours. Let's zoom into the lone severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Oklahoma, focusing on cell F near Haskell. On base reflectivity, we're seeing a well-defined arc, indicating a mature storm with strong outflow. This storm is moving southeast at 20 miles per hour, putting communities like Stigler and Enterprise directly in its path over the next 15 to 25 minutes. We'll be watching for any signs of embedded rotation within that leading edge. The National Weather Service has just updated the severe thunderstorm warning for Haskell, Muskogee, and Sequoia counties in Oklahoma, reflecting either a polygon revision or an extended expiry. We're keeping a tight focus on cell F, which continues to show a well-defined mature arc on reflectivity. With the storm moving southeast at 20 miles per hour, residents need to remain vigilant as it tracks through the overnight hours. Alright, let's pivot to velocity on this severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Oklahoma to check for any embedded rotation. While the reflectivity shows a strong arc, the velocity product will give us a better indication of any tighter circulations within this nocturnal storm. We're looking for any inbound/outbound couplets that might indicate a mesovortex, which could spin up a brief tornado. Given the nocturnal environment and the single active severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Oklahoma, it's crucial to understand the broader context. I'm pulling back to the regional view to show the Storm Prediction Center outlook, which still indicates a general thunder threat, but the primary concern is the potential for additional storms to develop along outflow boundaries. Expect this current storm to continue tracking southeast, impacting communities further into Latimer County over the next hour. The situation has significantly changed, with all active warnings now cleared from the board. We are currently in a quiet period across the CONUS. Let's pull back to a national overview and assess the broader synoptic setup, keeping an eye on where the next potential for convection might emerge later today. While the immediate threat has passed, the overall atmospheric conditions are still worth watching. With all warnings now clear, the severe weather event has officially ended. We're seeing a slight weakening trend in the overall WIS score, indicating a more stable atmosphere. Let's maintain this national overview, keeping the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook and surface fronts active as we transition into monitoring mode for any developing convection later today. Let's dive into Storm E, the lead severe thunderstorm warning in Haskell, Oklahoma, right now. On base reflectivity, we're seeing a well-defined, somewhat linear segment tracking southeast at 20 miles per hour. This storm is impacting communities near Stigler and Enterprise over the next 15 to 25 minutes, so residents there need to remain vigilant for damaging winds and heavy rain. Given the lack of active warnings, let's reset our view and take a look at the broader synoptic setup. We'll bring up the National Composite Reflectivity to see if any new areas of convection are developing, while keeping the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook active to highlight where any potential threats might emerge later today. The atmosphere remains somewhat unstable, so we need to stay vigilant. Good morning everyone, and welcome to a quiet start after a busy night. With no active warnings on the board, let's take a moment to reset our view to the full CONUS. We'll keep the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook visible as a general thunder threat still exists, especially across portions of the Central Plains later today, and we'll watch the surface fronts for any potential triggers. We are currently in a quiet period across the CONUS as we head into the early morning hours, with no active tornado or severe thunderstorm warnings on the board. The Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook shows a general thunder threat still in play across portions of the Central Plains later today, and we're keeping an eye on the surface fronts that could act as triggers for renewed convection. We'll maintain this national overview, looking for any new development. With no active warnings on the board and a quiet start to the morning, let's pull back to a full CONUS view to assess the overall atmospheric pattern. We're still seeing that general thunder thread across the Central Plains as indicated by the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook, and the surface fronts are in place to potentially trigger new development later today. We'll be keeping a close eye on any convection that tries to fire up. the atmosphere remains quiet across the CONUS this morning, with no active warnings on the board. We'll continue to monitor the national radar, keeping our focus on the general thunder threat across the Central Plains as shown by the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook, and the surface fronts that could act as triggers for new development later today. Given the quiet conditions, let's take a look at the water vapor satellite to assess the mid-level atmospheric moisture and flow across the CONUS. This helps us identify regions of ascent and subsidence, crucial for understanding where future convective development might be favored, especially with that general thunder threat still present in the Central Plains. With no active warnings on the board, we'll maintain a broader view to discuss the potential for future development. While the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook shows a general thunder threat, particularly across the Central Plains, we're monitoring surface boundaries for any signs of convective initiation in the hours ahead. It's crucial for residents in these areas to stay weather aware as the atmosphere could become more active later today. We have a significant change on the board. A new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for Bollinger and Cape Girardeau counties in Missouri. This storm is moving east at 45 miles per hour, and given the early morning hours, it's particularly dangerous due to reduced visibility. We're flying to the storm now to assess the radar. We're focusing on the newly issued severe thunderstorm warning in Ballinger and Cape Girardeau counties, Missouri. This storm, moving east at 45 miles per hour, is exhibiting a fairly compact reflectivity core on the KPAH radar. Given its pre-dawn, the primary concerns are damaging winds and potential for large hail with reduced visibility. We have one active severe thunderstorm warning on the board, covering Ballinger and Cape Girardeau counties in Missouri, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Given the early morning hours, the primary concern remains damaging winds and potential large hail, with visibility significantly reduced. I'm pulling back to show the overall regional picture and the projected path of this storm. Let's zoom into the active severe thunderstorm warning in Bollinger and Cape Girardeau counties. On the KPAH local radar, we're seeing a consolidating line of storms, with the leading edge appearing a bit more linear. This cell is tracking east at 45 miles per hour, putting Marble Hill in the path in about 8 minutes, followed by Cape Girardeau in approximately 25 minutes. Given the nocturnal environment, severe gusts remain the primary threat. We're going to switch over to the velocity product on the KPAH radar to investigate the internal kinematics of this intensifying severe thunderstorm. While reflectivity shows a linear segment, the velocity data reveals some modest inbound/outbound couplets embedded within the line, particularly on the northern end, indicating some enhanced rotation. This suggests a continued threat for damaging winds, and we need to watch for any tightening of these couplets as it moves east. The National Weather Service has just updated this severe thunderstorm warning for Ballinger and Cape Girardeau counties, revising the polygon to account for the storm's eastward progression. We're staying on the KPAH velocity product, which is still highlighting some modest rotation embedded within this line, particularly on the northern end of the segment. This storm continues to track east at 45 miles per hour, maintaining its damaging wind threat. Given the nocturnal environment, this severe thunderstorm, currently impacting Ballinger and Cape Girardeau counties, is pushing eastward at 45 miles per hour. We're pulling back to show the broader context, as this storm will approach the Mississippi River and potentially impact parts of Kentucky and Illinois in the next hour or so. With the early morning hours, it's critical to remain vigilant for damaging winds and reduced visibility. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Severe Weather Ops Center. We're tracking one active severe thunderstorm warning this morning, centered over Bollinger and Cape Girardeau counties in Missouri. This storm, Storm E, is moving east at 45 miles per hour, and on reflectivity, we're seeing a linear segment with some embedded higher reflectivity cores, indicating a threat for damaging winds and perhaps some hail. Roughly 156,000 people are in the path of this storm, so it's crucial to stay weather aware as it progresses eastward. The National Weather Service has again updated the severe thunderstorm warning for Bollinger and Cape Girardeau counties, reflecting the continued eastward progression of this line. We're keeping a close eye on the leading edge for any signs of enhanced wind gusts, especially with the nocturnal environment reducing visibility. This storm continues its rapid eastward motion at 45 miles per hour, maintaining its threat for damaging winds across the warned area. We're pulling back to give a regional overview as the single severe thunderstorm warning continues for Cape Girardeau, Missouri. The storm is tracking eastward at 45 miles per hour, and while it's the only active warning on the board, we're monitoring its progression towards the Mississippi River. The Storm Prediction Center outlook shows general thunder across the region, but we'll continue to keep an eye on any further intensification, especially given the early morning hours. The severe thunderstorm warning for Cape Girardeau, Missouri has just expired, indicating the immediate threat has passed for that area. We're now in an all clear for that specific polygon, but we'll continue to monitor the broader atmospheric conditions and any residual convection in the region. The nocturnal environment means we need to stay vigilant for any new development. With the expiration of the last severe thunderstorm warning, we now have no active warnings on the board. We're resetting to a national view to assess the broader synoptic setup. The atmosphere remains active in some areas, and we'll keep a close watch for any new convective development, especially with the early morning hours still in play. With all active warnings now expired and the immediate severe weather threat past, we can officially close out this event. We tracked several severe thunderstorms across southeastern Missouri for the past few hours, particularly impacting Ballinger and Cape Girardeau counties. While we saw some strong wind gusts indicated on radar, and the nocturnal environment added a layer of complexity, it appears no significant damage reports have come in. We'll continue to monitor for any lingering convection, but for now, the severe threat has diminished. Good morning. We're currently in a quiet period with no active warnings on the board. The broader pattern shows general thunder across the central US, but we're keeping an eye on lingering instability and any potential for redevelopment later today, especially given the early morning hours. We're also checking for any new storm reports. Good morning, everyone. We're still in a quiet period across the CONUS with no active severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings on the board. The Storm Prediction Center outlook continues to show general thunder, and while the immediate threat has subsided, we'll maintain our vigilance for any developing convection later today, especially as we head into the diurnal heating cycle. The severe weather threat has ended for now across the CONUS, with no active warnings on the board. The atmosphere is quiet, but we're keeping the Storm Prediction Center outlook active as we anticipate potential redevelopment later today, especially once daytime heating kicks in. We'll continue to monitor for any new storm initiations. As we continue to observe a quiet period with no active warnings, I'm switching our radar product to composite reflectivity to get a broader look at any lingering showers or non-severe convection across the central U.S. This allows us to see the full vertical extent of any precipitation. We're also keeping the Storm Prediction Center outlook active, which shows general thunder across the region, aligning with the current low-impact conditions. With all warnings expired, we're now shifting our focus to the broader setup for later today, especially given the early morning hours and the nocturnal environment still in play. I'm pulling back to the CONUS overview to highlight the general thunder threat across the central US, as indicated by the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook. We'll be watching for any boundaries that could trigger new development as the day progresses. Remember, it's always critical to have multiple ways to receive warnings, especially overnight. Good morning, everyone. With no active warnings on the board and all previous threats having subsided, we're taking a step back to recap the atmospheric conditions. I'm resetting to a CONUS overview to show the current synoptic setup, where we're seeing general thunderstorm activity across parts of the central U.S., as indicated by the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook. We'll keep a close eye on any developing boundaries that could serve as triggers for future convection later today. Despite the quiet radar this morning, we're still tracking the potential for general thunderstorms across the central US, especially as we head into the diurnal heating cycle. I'm pulling back to the national overview to show the current lack of active warnings, but we'll continue to monitor the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook for any areas of concern that may develop later today. The radar is quiet across the central US at the moment, with no active severe weather warnings on the board. We're in a lull, but the Storm Prediction Center's Day 1 outlook still indicates areas of general thunder across the region, which we'll continue to monitor closely as daytime heating progresses. I'm keeping the national radar on base reflectivity to scan for any new development. Given the quiet radar with no active warnings, I'm switching our national radar product to water vapor satellite imagery to examine the mid-level moisture and flow patterns. This will give us a better understanding of any larger-scale features that could support future convective development later today. The current lack of active alerts provides a good opportunity for this synoptic scale analysis. Good morning, everyone. With no active warnings on the board and as we approach sunrise, we're going to pull back to the Conus view and examine the overall synoptic setup. The Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook continues to highlight areas of general thunderstorms across the central U.S., and we'll be watching for any boundaries or heating that could trigger stronger convection later today. For now, it's a quiet picture, but the potential is there. We're currently in a quiet period across the CONUS, with no active severe weather warnings on the board. The atmosphere is relatively calm this morning as we track the broader synoptic pattern. I'm keeping the national radar on base reflectivity, looking for any signs of new development as the day progresses. The national radar remains quiet this morning with no active severe weather warnings, which aligns with the general thunder outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. We'll maintain this CONUS overview, focusing on any developing convection as we head into the daylight hours. The current conditions are stable, but we'll continue to monitor for any changes that could prompt new watches or warnings. The radar remains quiet across the CONUS this morning, with no active severe weather warnings to track. We'll continue to keep an eye on the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook, which indicates general thunderstorms are possible across portions of the central United States later today. For now, we're in a lull, but the atmosphere will bear watching as we head into the afternoon heating cycle. With no active warnings on the board, let's switch from base reflectivity to composite reflectivity to get a better sense of overall storm tops and intensity, even though convection is currently minimal. This view helps us identify any deeper, more vertically developed cells that might be masked at the lowest radar tilt. We'll keep our national overview as we search for any developing areas of interest. As we continue to monitor a quiet radar, the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook still highlights a general thunderstorm risk across portions of the central United States. We're looking at a relatively stable morning, but later today, as the atmosphere heats up, we could see some scattered convection. We'll be keeping a close eye on any developing cells. Good morning. The radar across the CONUS remains quiet, with no active warnings currently on the board. We're maintaining a national overview on base reflectivity, and the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook continues to show areas of general thunderstorm potential across the central U.S. We'll be watching for any signs of convective development as we transition further into the day. The CONUS radar remains quiet this morning, consistent with the general thunder outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. We're still in a lull, but we'll continue to monitor for any changes as we head into the afternoon heating cycle. I'm keeping the national radar on base reflectivity, looking for any signs of new development. The CONUS radar remains quiet this morning, consistent with the general thunder outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. We're still in a lull, but we'll continue to monitor for any changes as we head into the afternoon heating cycle. I'm keeping the national radar on base reflectivity, looking for any signs of new development. The national radar shows a quiet morning across the Conus, with no active severe weather to track. Since we're in a lull, let's switch to water vapor satellite to get a look at the mid-level moisture and any larger-scale features that could influence later development. This product helps us visualize atmospheric flow and identify any approaching troughs or dry lines. As we continue our quiet morning, the water vapor satellite imagery shows a broad upper-level trough beginning to dig into the western conus, which could set the stage for increased convective activity in the coming days. For now, the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook still indicates general thunderstorm potential across the central U.S., so we'll maintain our national overview and keep an eye on any developing boundaries or areas of lift as the day progresses. Staying prepared is key, even during these quieter periods. Good morning, everyone. We're still tracking a quiet pattern across the CONUS this morning. The National Radar on Base Reflectivity confirms no active warnings at this hour, but we do have a broad upper-level trough beginning to dig into the western CONUS, which could set the stage for increased convective activity in the coming days. The CONUS is quiet this morning with no active warnings on the board. We're keeping a broad overview on the national radar, and while there's no immediate threat, the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook highlights general thunderstorm potential across the central U.S. We'll be monitoring for any signs of convective initiation throughout the day. With no active warnings on the board, let's take a moment to look at the broader pattern. The Storm Prediction Center mesoscale discussion from earlier this morning, though now expired, highlighted the potential for moisture return from the Gulf, which we'll continue to watch closely as the day progresses. I'm also bringing up the surface fronts to see if any boundaries are in play for later initiation. Since there are no active warnings, we're going to switch to the National Velocity product to identify any areas of persistent shear or developing circulations within the general thunderstorm activity. While it may appear noisy, strong velocity signatures could indicate early signs of organization. The surface fronts remain on to show us where any convergence could be enhancing this activity. Good morning, everyone. With no active warnings, we're keeping a broad overview of the CONUS, focusing on the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook, which shows general thunderstorm potential across the central U.S. We'll be monitoring for any convective initiation, especially along the surface boundaries that are currently in play. With no active warnings on the board, we're taking a look at the latest national radar, currently showing general thunderstorm activity. The Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook continues to highlight the central U.S. for potential convection, and we'll keep the surface fronts visible to track any low-level forcing. The national radar mosaic remains quiet this morning, with no active warnings across the CONUS. We're maintaining a broad overview, keeping an eye on the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook for general thunderstorms across the central U.S., and also watching the surface fronts for any triggers that might initiate convection later today. With no active warnings on the board, we'll continue our broad overview of the CONUS. We're keeping the national radar on base reflectivity, and I'll keep the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook visible to highlight areas of general thunderstorm potential, especially across the central U.S. as we await any convective development. Given the quiet conditions and absence of warnings, let's switch our focus to the national velocity product. This allows us to look for any subtle areas of convergence or shear within the existing general thunderstorm activity, which could be an early indicator of more organized convection later today. I'll also keep the surface fronts visible to see where any low-level forcing might be occurring. With no active warnings on the board, we're taking a step back to look at the broader synoptic picture. The Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook still highlights general thunderstorm activity across the Central Plains, and we'll be watching for any discrete cells to fire along the front that's pushing through the region. Expect isolated strong storms capable of gusty winds and small hail to develop in the next few hours. With no active warnings across the board, we're returning to a national overview, keeping the base reflectivity on the national radar mosaic. We'll continue to monitor the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook, which indicates areas of general thunderstorm activity, particularly across the central U.S., as we track any developing convection. Good morning, everyone. The dashboard is quiet right now with no active warnings across the CONUS, but we are keeping a close eye on the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 outlook. It continues to highlight general thunderstorm activity, particularly across the central U.S., where isolated strong storms could develop later today. We'll monitor for any signs of convective initiation. We have a significant change on the board. A new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for Beaver County, Oklahoma, and Lipscomb County, Texas. This storm is tracking northeast at 35 miles per hour, carrying a threat of damaging winds and large hail. Let's get a closer look at the radar signature. We're currently focused on the new severe thunderstorm warning in Beaver County, Oklahoma, and Lipscomb County, Texas. This storm is showing a strong reflectivity core, consistent with the significant hail and wind threat indicated by the Storm Prediction Center Day 1 Outlook's hatched probabilities. With the storm moving northeast at 35 miles per hour, we'll keep a close watch on its structure for any signs of intensification as it tracks toward potential impacts.